Sorry, just letting the song play out. That was- I that was the name of the song. Crap. Light the Last Flare by We Discordians. Or sorry, Light the Last Flare by Two Lone Swordsmen. It's a 98 album, Stay Down. Some deep electronic cuts for you guys today. My hope is that if I pick obscure enough that maybe just maybe it won't get muted. So that's the goal. But you know, right. I just got to be too obscure for the bot to figure out. How's everybody doing? How's everyone doing today? Hello. Any of you just joined us? Just listening in, just lurking. Pop the old.
Hello.
Hello, Christo. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hello, Traveler. How are y'all doing tonight? We've been playing some more Prey. My one of my favorite immersive sims. It's up there. If you're not familiar with what an immersive sim is, it's kind of a dead genre, but similar to games like System Shock. Oh, you finished Grandia. Nice. Hell yeah. You didn't have to you didn't have to get any help on the last boss? But my Neppy mascot looked at me disapprovingly for making the joke. Somehow I don't in my head I'm not sure if it actually happened. It's probably just me schizoing, but I'm almost positive she gave me a look. So she's sitting on my OBS right now. Didn't even get an attack in. Jeez, that's rough. Such a pushover. It really is. If you go in there at any kind of reasonable level, or have any have your spells and abilities ready to go, he's a goner. Goes out like a chump, which I mean, that's something in and of itself. But yeah, Prey's an immersive sim. Immersive sims are kind of dead up until recently, sort of. Phil Spector had that new one, Thick as Thieves. It's like a multiplayer immersive sim. So that could mean something's happening there. I don't know. Maybe. But for the most part, you don't really see a lot of them anymore. Deus Ex is part of them. System Shock 1, System Shock 2, some of the Thief games. Prey is one. Basically, the idea behind immersive sims are not always first-person shooters, but they often are. Don't need to be though, but the idea is that they it is freedom of your path. So you can kind of develop the narrative and you can develop the where you want to go in the game, your path in the game at will instead of, all over the place. And so you have, instead of having one set path you go to, you kind of move and choose things based on your powers. That's very much the design of the game is built around it. Warren Spector, that's what I'm thinking of. Warren Spector made Thief, a lot of other games. Hello, Umihime Yokai. Welcome in. How are you doing? Please give Umihime Yokai a follow. She's my model mama. I guess my model parents, because she did both. And is a VTuber. The next thing about the... Well, I started kind of early today, too. I usually go on a little bit later, but slightly earlier than usual. Well, sad to hear the Pokemon genocide for sure. That's a bummer to me, regardless of. But I am glad you got to watch at least a little bit at the beginning. We're kind of yapping about immersive sims. I don't know if any of you have ever played anything like it, but self-cessed. Telling you, Prey goes on sale a lot, and it's very much worth it. It's one of those kind of games that just, I don't know, it hits different. You've got this massive map. You are stuck on a space station. Essentially, you have your character Morgan Yu, and you can be male or female. Your character, there you are, Morgan Yu, is a head researcher on a space station for the TranStar organization. And the past 3 years of your life have been basically being played on repeat, almost like a Groundhog Day scenario, except you have no memory of what's going on. They put these things called neuromods into your brain. They research a lot of things. They research experimental sciences, they research weapons, they research tools, space flight, propulsion, all kinds of stuff. There's science labs all over the facility. You can kind of see, if you look closely, you can see the facility in the background here. This is the space station itself. And named Talos 1. At Talos 1, now the main thing they study is what's called neuromods. Oh, they are the lead researcher. Yeah. Neuromods are eye-based injections. You inject them into your eyeball, and they go and insert DNA into your brain that gives you abilities. So if you want to be a master pianist, they scan the brain of a master pianist and inject it into your brain. You want to be a master artist. You find the artist that you want, pay the money, and then have it injected into your brain. And you are a perfect artist. The problem with them is, one, they made the income gap even worse, because only the rich could access them. They're very expensive. And for two, they're made out of alien DNA. So years ago, during the space race, they had found a creature. The Russians had found a creature called cosmonauts, found a creature called the Typhon. And the Typhon are this black goo-like creature that mimics objects. Well, when enough Typhon feed, they start feeding on each other and they create a weaver which spreads more Typhon. And essentially they spread out from there where they're killing humans, propagating, and they spread more and more and more by mimicking objects and taking over people. So they're almost like a ghost-like being from another dimension, essentially. Well, they broke free out of containment, and your character who's been you're the head researcher, but you were being researched on, being kept in the same scenario, in almost a Groundhog Day scenario for the past 3 weeks. But when you take a neuromod out, it erases your memory. So one perfect way to keep your memory erased for classified materials. For two, you can basically, as long as you keep taking them out, it removes your memory up to the point where they were inserted into your brain. So your brother, who is the head of the station, essentially kept you in the same day for essentially multiple months of just taking out your brain and erasing it. It started with you willingly doing it, and then he started doing it out of your control, and it became a whole fiasco, and you wake up with no memory of who you are, and you're being led around to try to essentially kill everyone on the station and stop it, or escape the station, kind of your choice. You're being led by downloaded memories of yourself. So like your companions that are sending you on quests are you. But you from different months of your life where different neuromods were inserted into your brain and different memories and aspects of yourself. So like one of your brains is named January, and January wants to save everybody and stop the problem and blow up the station to prevent any kind of outbreak. But you in December just wanted to escape and get out of there. And you in November wanted to do this. And so you have different aspects of your mind, some of which have been destroyed by your brother influencing you, along with your brother influencing you. So right now, I'm trying to get control of the station because he locked me out from the rest of the facilities because I'm not doing what he wants me to do. So he's locked me out from the other areas of the station. And I'm trying to reach the reactor control room so I can kind of do a system reset. Turn the whole station off and back on again. Sorry, it's a lot to take in, but it's got, I will say, probably the best intro in a video game I've ever seen. The intro little tutorial is awesome. And I won't tell you what happens in it because it would spoil it. But God, it's awesome. And if you ever see the game on sale, pick it up. Same people that made Dishonored made it, and it never got the recognition it deserved. It kind of died off, and then we'll never hear from it again. You'll never see a sequel because nobody involved really exists on it anymore. It's kind of its own thing. Yeah, it's got a similar vibe in ways of that's also Dishonored's also an immersive sim, by the way. I would highly recommend it. It's got a lot of replay value. Oh shit. Ah! Ah! I just attacked myself. I want you to know that. You got all kinds of crazy powers too. You can use the human abilities, and there are different things that you can unlock to kind of give you a little skill tree. But you can also take the aliens' powers and use them against them. Let me see if that'll work on him. Phantom. Got here. Do Psycho Shock. God, this place is full of them. Sorry about that. Those are phantoms, by the way. They come in all kinds of varieties. Here, I'll look at them in data, because you have to scan them to get their powers. So you can't really get them until you scan them. Data, research. Phantom. Typhon Anthrophantasmus. They're essentially human beings that have had the Typhon take over their mind. What's fucked up is they're still human in there, technically. They still have a little bit of human left, which is kind of horrifying. But they come in regular varieties. You also have voltaic with covered in electricity, which turn off your weapons and terminals and machines in the area. Etheric, which come up to you in melee and teleport to you and split into multiple ones and spread poison everywhere. And you have thermal, which are covered in fire and detonate all of the gas and gas lines in the facility and burn you to death. What's cool about it is every item you can pick up in the game has a purpose. So there's lots of like junk you can find, kind of typical of, you know, like Fallout or anything, you know, Skyrim. But every bit of junk has purpose because you can pop it into a recycling machine that recycles it down to little cubes, and the cubes are its parts. So you can break everything down to cubes and then rebuild it into the materials you need, including bodies and other things like that. Not everything will fit in the recycler, but you have special grenades that do the same thing. And so there's kind of like a weird loop of you can break stuff down and rebuild it into what you want it to be. It kind of fits in the theme of things having multiple forms, multiple aspects to themselves. Not worth it. Oh yeah, it's downright a necessity. I mean, really, if the game is designed that you can't really get by without doing it.
Detected. Thank you. Proximity sensor reset.
You can even make your own upgrade materials, which is nice. So like the neuromods, you can make those, which become pretty much your main source of them. Right now I'm going to use all of the mods as the goal, but once I get to a certain, sequential playthroughs of the game, I plan on doing it with only human powers, only Typhon powers, and then I do what's called a no needles run. No needles achievement is you go with nothing and you just use your environment and wits and equipment to make it through the game. And it's designed in a way that everything, for the most part, is doable without powers. Like, you literally have a Nerf gun, like a Nerf crossbow, that shoots squeaky darts. But it's like the most useful thing in the game because you can get into corners and you can bounce it off of stuff and you can hit terminals and activate buttons with it from a distance so that you could sneak into areas without having the ability to sneak into areas. It's quite handy.
Deploying.
It's also useful against any enemies that like detonate when they come up near you. Then you could just pop them with that and make him explode instead.
Ready to scan. Ready to scan. Scanning target. Typhon material inconclusive. Logging calibration request.
Deluxe edition, the only difference, it comes with some extra stuff in the game, which is nice, and it comes with the DLC, I believe. Not sure if it comes with the DLC or not, but let's see. What does it all come with? Prey Deluxe Edition. What, did people not like Moon Crash? Let me see. I'm surprised people didn't like Moon Crash. I thought Moon Crash was really cool. I was planning on playing it after this, but it's weird that it gets hated on. The VR one, oh yeah. I mean, look, it's cool for what it is. Like, I mean, people don't like it, but it's just designed as like, basically it's just VR prop hunt. And it doesn't have very good controls. It was very like early rudimentary when VR was really just getting adopted. And from what I've never played it because it's VR only, but I've heard it's not worth it from multiple people. And I'd say the deluxe edition is worth it just for Moon Crash alone. Like Typhon Hunter is whatever, and it comes with it, but Moon Crash is like a whole different story, and it's based on the moon, and it's a roguelike. So you have like 6 different characters that you have to play out their stories in a roguelike element based from the other game, from the main game. And it actually adds some cool context, and there's like a way the game plays with things like simulations, in a way it's like you're in a game but in the game, and the simulation is essentially trying to investigate what happened on the station because you're a corporate spy. And so it's got some cool lore aspects to it, completes things, and I really liked the roguelike element. I know a lot of people may not necessarily be into that sort of thing, but I thought it was a lot of fun, and it kind of adds some challenge because once you've learned how to do things in this game, it's very much a
and conclusive.
They advertised the game badly. They kind of advertised it like Doom, because Mick Gordon did the music, and he does an amazing job on the music. It's a lot more subtle than Doom. Same guy that did 2016's Doom. But it's got great music, but it's not that kind of a game. Like, if you just go run and gun in this, you will die very quickly. It will punish you immediately for being stupid. While it's a kind of game you have to stop, think, okay, what's this enemy weak against? How do I approach this? What do I do? Sure, you can shotgun some things once you have a good upgraded shotgun, but until then, you got to kind of plan things out a bit. You know, you're weak, easy to die. The default game is worth it on its own. Moon Crash is worth it on its own. So, but I wouldn't play Moon Crash without the default game. And Typhon Hunter's just included with the deluxe, so it's really either here or there. You don't have to get it deluxe, is what I'm saying. The core game is enough, and there's enough content in the core game that you really don't need to play it unless you just want to. Ah! That's a mimic, by the way. That gun I was shooting is pretty cool. No, it's totally a separate thing. Like, it does not add to the base game at all. So if you don't like the base game, probably won't like Moon Crash. It's not that much different. It's just like a roguelike version of the base game in a different map with different characters. And like, they all have their own sets of Typhon mods and things like that. But it's very much a different thing on its own. I actually knew somebody who only played Moon Crash and had never actually played the base game, which is really funny. But this glue gun is really cool. This thing is like so much utility in the game because everything's very vertical. You can kind of drift down, but you can't really drift up. What you can do is and you can get up on stuff that way. But, you know, if you don't feel like it right away, it goes on sale a lot. It kind of underperformed. They wanted it to make Dishonored 1 numbers, and just by its design, it's a lot less accessible game. So a lot of people just turned off from it, because Dishonored 1's very much a linear... thank you for the goat bleat. It's very much a linear experience. And this is not. This is very, very much not linear. Like, Dishonored has levels that are non-linear, but you're kind of within that zone a la more Deus Ex style. And this is very much like, this is an open map that you can sequence break and explore around. A little more Metroidvania-like in that aspect. Very easy to get lost. I'm checking everywhere because everything is valuable. Every material valuable. One of those kind of slow and methodical wins the day sort of games. Which I'm sure is not to everybody's tastes. Especially for people that like shooters. A lot of times they want excitement. And a lot of people haven't played immersive sims. It's kind of dying out. I'm hoping the Warren Spector multiplayer one. I don't know. I'm kind of bummed out that it's multiplayer only. Because immersive sims are typically single player, but I'm hoping it breathes some new life into it, because outside of this and Dishonored, like, Deathloop was supposed to be immersive sim, but it didn't really get those vibes super well. I haven't played it yet, but from what I've heard, they kind of missed out on the immersive sim aspects, and Deus Ex doesn't look like it's going to be going anywhere since the studio got shit canned by Square. Yeah. Well, we'll see. You know, it's died before and came back again like 3 times now, so any game's going to do it, Deus Ex will come back. But I don't know. And Thief is pretty much dead. BioShock was the spiritual successor to System Shock. And BioShock, when it became BioShock, stopped being an immersive sim for the most part. Like, there's immersive sim elements, but not by much. See anything. Yeah. I mean, I'd say BioShock 2 is probably the most immersive sim-y out of all of them, but it's not a true immersive sim. It became almost more of a corridor shooter. And with BioShock Infinite dropping it entirely and becoming an arena shooter. So it's totally its own thing now. And I'm not saying they're not good games. I liked BioShock games. I'd play them on stream sometime, but I just don't think it's immersive sim. This was actually supposed to be BioShock was a spiritual successor to System Shock, and this was supposed to be a spiritual successor to System Shock as well. They're kind of similar. You're both trapped on a space station full of aliens and monsters and science experiments gone wrong. They've got similar elements for sure. See that little guy over there? Look at him pretending to be an object. Not today, buddy. Ah! I see what you guys tried to pull. Show me the one mimic and then surround me with like 20 of them. Alright. You're real funny. Real funny. The original name is actually going to be Psycho Shock. Which I feel like fit a lot better than Prey, but Bethesda wanted them to use the name up since they had already bought the name from when they bought id and forced the other Prey to not be able to use it, which was really dumb and slimy and confused a lot of people as what the game was about, because they were like, oh, is it a sequel? And then they lied, and Bethesda lied and said, oh yeah, this is a spiritual successor to Prey, and it's not in any way, shape, or form. Has nothing to do with that game other than there's aliens that try to kill you. That's it. What I want to do? I got an idea. Which is, it's just really dumb and kind of killed the launch of their game because people came into it expecting a corridor shooter, kind of Doom similar style, and it was not. They came expecting something similar to that, and it was not. It's also a cool game. It's a very cool game. It's just not this, you know?
Attitude adjustment required. Scanning target Typhon material inconclusive. Logging calibration request. Alien threat detected. Eradicator Autoturret version 0.7.6 online. Scanning target Typhon material inconclusive. Logging calibration request.
Oh, this one's cool. Watch this. Where's the ability at? I am the turret now.
Version 0.7.6. Verbose.
Yeah, just like the mimics, I stole their ability so I can mimic objects.
Alien threat detected. Verbose. IFF. Power load. Nominal. Actuators. Teleport. Handling error. Please contact engineering. Scanning target Typhon material inconclusive. Logging calibration request.
I can also do it with stuff like this. you can get in through doors.
Scanning target error. Insufficient time. Error log submitted. Deploying.
A lot of fun. A lot of fun little weird things you can do in the game.
Debug build version 0.7.6. Verbose on.
Got some weapon upgrades.
Proximity sensor reset.
Something busted through the whole area. Not entirely sure what it is. Sometimes you want to check stuff up high because this game is very, very vertical. Like, kind of to the point of insanity sometimes. Where you'll have like stuff way high up where somebody, like an engineer, has used a glue gun to climb up to the top of the building, and you can like he's like hidden stuff up there. And so there's lots of little like hidden areas, and it encourages you to explore. The game's very...
Scanning target. Typhon material inconclusive. Logging calibration request.
So it's very encouraged to like explore places, go around, learn the station in and out, get parts, and you get rewarded by getting materials. Another thing about the powers, like the mimic power and the other alien powers I have, all of the ship's AI, like turrets and certain like defense robots and things like that, will scan you, and they don't see you as human anymore once you've gotten too many of the alien powers. So you start getting attacked by them just for existing. And so you have to like hack them and deal with them beforehand. That little one over there. Any other ones that are gonna murk me? I hope not.
Scanning target error. Insufficient Typhon material found. Standing down.
That's creepy. That's the mimic ability, because in the game's advertising material, that's how the first thing they showed you being able to mimic. There's a guy that gets killed by his own coffee cup when he gets attacked by a mimic. That was really close. There's a guy that gets killed by a coffee cup, so one of the first, that's the way they introduce you to the mimics is coffee cups, because for some reason, unbeknownst to the scientists, the mimics like coffee cups a lot, and if given the option to turn into something, they will turn into coffee cups almost every time. Like if they see a coffee cup, they just want to be a coffee cup. So that's the symbol they use for it.
Insufficient Typhon material found. Standing.
Which, speaking of today, she's probably listening, so I'll call her out for it, so I can guilt trip her for it. But my mom broke my coffee cup today. I had a very lovely coffee cup that said, it was from the sitcom Parks and Recreation, and it had said, there's no sadness in the world that can't be cured with breakfast food. And it was a Ron Swanson quote from Parks and Rec, and
Scanning target error.
it
Insufficient Typhon
sadly
material
was being drank and fell and shattered on the floor. Which is very sad. It was my favorite coffee cup, but no. It's another mod, by the way, is super strength. So like sometimes you can move objects to get out of an area and get into places, and you can use the super strength to do it. Or you could turn into an object like I mimicked earlier and go in there like that. Or you can throw a recycler charge, and the recycler charge will break this down with a miniature black hole and turn it into its component parts. And then you can climb inside of it and do it that way. So you've got options. Yeah, I'm bummed out about it, but you know, it's whatever. I broke one of her, albeit less cool coffee cups just a couple weeks ago, so I feel like it's kind of balanced. We're even now. Plus she bought me the coffee cup in the first place, so it was a gift from her. If somebody was gonna break it, it should be her or me. But I still can't say it wasn't a bummer. Okay. Yeah. Sure, Mr. Mimic. Reveal yourself to me. That's fine. my little scanner can detect the regular mimics, but it doesn't work on the greater mimics, and so should have kind of saw that one coming, but. Looking for any like secret passages, but I may just not have any.
Attitude adjustment required. Scanning target error.
You know, when you're in doubt, it's good to have a friend.
Sufficient Typhon material found.
So we're gonna have a friend.
Standing down. Target, no alien material detected.
Hi, Matthew. Everybody say hi to Matthew Connolly. This is our new friend. He seems like a nice guy. He's very chill. I agree with you, but I didn't name him. So who am I to take the guy's name away? Hello, Ithy. Welcome in. Y'all can give my buddy Ithy a follow. Give him the old shout out to Rooney. Another VTuber. Plays lots of different games. What you been playing, Ithy? I know you were playing Drakengard recently. And always Final Fantasy 14, of course. Got everything. Yeah, that's about right. I'm still on some more Prey. Here. I want to do that. I forget. You know, never again with Drakengard. You're not gonna go right to the sequel? Well, you know, as some may know, she usually makes breakfast every weekend, so I won't give her a hard time about it. Sometimes she makes breakfast, and occasionally I do, but she feeds me well enough. I can't complain. I just had to give her a hard time about it. So sometimes she lurks my stream, so.
Proximity sensor reset. Scanning target.
She felt really bad about it, sincerely, this morning. So. See, it is my favorite cup. It just means I get to take over the Mandalorian Grogu cup instead and make that my first one. Oh yeah, I mean it was a cheap cup anyway. I'm easily entertained.
Scanning target. Typhon material inconclusive. Logging calibration request.
Hey, a little bird told me you plugged a leak in an unconventional manner a few weeks ago.
Yeah? Was it an ass-kissing bird named Krasikov?
Maybe. Care to elaborate?
Not if I'm going to get my pee-pee slapped.
Worse. I'll dunk you in the eel tank.
Ouch. Nah, supply was out of parts, so I borrowed a glue gun from the guys in hardware. Worked out okay.
Ingenious. Next time, let's make sure we have enough spare parts to do the job right.
Roger that, boss.
This game, I will say, it's got really good environmental storytelling. I feel like that's one of its strongest points. It's like there's not a lot of direct plot going on, but a lot of things like you find emails and little like notepads and things like that, and little audio logs and stuff that tell you things about what's going on, and you can kind of piece it together yourself. We were actually just talking about the DLC earlier. It's really, well, one of them is kind of janky and crap. It's a VR only one and it's free, so it's really whatever. The other one is Moon Crash, and Moon Crash is like a roguelike. So it's basically this game, but it's like a standalone DLC roguelike that has its own story, own aspect to it, and you're like 6 different characters and you have to escape the moon with all of them. And that the eventual goal is to do it all in one run. But you kind of, learn about the area you're at. Interesting. I've not played too much of it, but I was planning on doing it after this one, after a break. No, the roguelike's not free, sadly. That one costs money, but the game, they both go on sale so damn much that you should see, like, I think I got the deluxe edition for $5, so I bought it a second time on, it was good enough that I had it on PS4 and I bought it for PC because I wanted to play it on PC. Very rarely are there games where I just think they're so good I'd buy them again, but this is one of them. There's just so much replayability in it. It's a very thinky shooting game. Instead of a run around and shoot things shooting game.
Insufficient time and material found. Standing down. Scanning target. No alien material detected. Ready to scan.
Боже мой, Morgan.
Repair is needed. Please contact a qualified engineer.
Do not be scared, lady. Just because I have a monster with me. You can stay out for a minute. Oh, crap.
I thought I was going to die. Well, sooner than I thought I was going to die.
Please contact a qualified engineer.
Where did that thing come from? Was it Tony? The way it was looking at me. I'd get up, except for my legs.
First time I've seen a living
And my
person in
lungs,
ages.
My nervous system. Don't look surprised. Paraplexus, remember? You warned me. The boosters are in my office. No way I'm getting there now. But the lifts. I was serious before. I think we can bypass the lockdown. The reactor control room. There's a panel for shutting down everything. The whole station. The computer will scream at you, but just do it. Then pray it all comes back when you cycle the power. It should. It will. Now, go. I thought you had been transferred off the station, or you left. Where did you even come from? I thought you were airside.
Scanning target. No Typhon material detected.
System alert. Repairs needed. Please contact a qualified engineer.
So I have a limited time to rescue her or she'll die.
You don't remember her, but she remembers you. She hid her condition to work aboard Talos 1. When you found out, she should have been sent back to Earth. But you made an exception. I'm not sure if that makes you responsible.
System
Now,
alert. Repairs
she won't last
needed.
long without her
Please contact
medication.
a qualified
It's up to you
engineer.
if you want to help her. It won't work. It's part of your brother's lockdown. The main lift and every exterior airlock. You're stuck until you can do something about it. He's
Crap. Data.
just
Save game.
slow you down, Morgan.
Do I not have anything for burns? Oh, man. One, I'm on their hardcore difficulty essentially, so like I can get lasting injuries and I have to heal them.
And putting everyone at risk in the process.
System alert. Repairs needed. Please contact a qualified engineer. All systems operational. Thank you. Diagnosing third-degree burns. Perform detergent irrigation. Apply dermal tissue lattices. This won't take long. Good as new. Please fill out a patient experience questionnaire so I can serve you better next time.
Was it broken? Oh crap. Repair. Hey guys, I'm gonna run a quick ad break. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab me a cup of tea or something. Hopefully stick around. See you back in just a moment.
If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back to you too. Hello, hello. Got myself a nice, lovely. Oop, shoot! I am not gonna let it run because if I do, she'll die. I gotta hurry up and do this. Okay. Apparently. Get out the way! Matthew, come on, bro.
My mistake.
Thank you, thank you. Ooh. Okay, Gracie? My kitty cat fell. Not very far, but he did fall. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any way in the maintenance lift. Not from here. Well, shoot. That's the nightmare, by the way. He's very angry. What do you mean correct order? I didn't know there was a correct order. Magnetosphere, substation power grid, photovoltaic rings, gravity, life support, main reactor.
Initiating reactor shutdown sequence. Substation power grid offline. Photovoltaic rings offline. Life support offline. Magnetosphere offline. Gravity offline. Main reactor cold shutdown. In 3, 2, 1. Reactor successfully shut down. Initiating main reactor ignition sequence in 3.
We're turning it on and on, back off. We're turning it off and back on again. Classic maintenance.
Magnetosphere. Warning. Reactor initialization interrupted. Routing auxiliary power.
Connolly, idiot was supposed to check those diverters a week ago. All right, Morgan, you're going to have to fix it yourself. Or find a replacement if we're that lucky. I've loaded the replacement reactor diverters on the freight lift as requested. I asked Connolly to send them down when convenient.
Radiation poisoning detected. Seek medical attention.
Resuming reactor initialization. Magnetosphere online. Substation
There we
power grids
go.
Online. Reactor initialization complete. Systems restored.
That did it! I'm showing power to the lifts and the airlocks, but seeing a lot of power spikes and leaks in the coolant chamber. Watch yourself on the way back. There could be other structural damage.
Well, I see. You reset everything. Talos 1 is wide open now. Clever. Reckless, but clever. It's good to see some things haven't changed. I'm not gonna get in your way anymore. You deserve to hear the truth. All of it. Come up to my office.
Morgan, was that you? Whatever you did, I felt it in my gut. If this is some kind of payback... Power's coming back online. And that means the main lift too. I hope.
I'm so gonna die. I should have saved. Oh well.
Symptom integrity damaged.
Oh crap! Crap! Ah! Ah!
Resuming reactor initialization. Magnetosphere online. Substation power grids online. Reactor initialization complete. Systems restored.
That did it! I'm showing power to the lifts and the airlocks, but seeing a lot of power spikes and leaks in the coolant chamber. Watch yourself on the way back. There could be other structural damage.
Well, I see. You reset everything. Talos 1 is wide open now. Clever. Reckless, but clever. It's good to see some things haven't changed. I'm not gonna get in your way anymore. You deserve to hear the truth. All of it. Come up to my office.
Morgan, was that you? Whatever you did, I felt it in my gut. If this is some kind of payback... Power's coming back online. And that means the main lift too. I hope.
Okay. Okay. I want to save her, and then I'll come back and loot this place. I'd at least like to save Ilyushin. Because there's a plot line. There's an achievement I want to get. It's kind of screwed up. But I have to save everybody. And then let them all die. To get the achievement. So... There's like a way. There's multiple endings to the game, but essentially, it's one where you get on the shuttle to escape with the shuttle pilot, but it's only you and the shuttle pilot.
Careful, Morgan. Gas alarm went off in the coolant chamber after you powered the reactor back up. The turbines are hydrogen cooled. Now they're leaking. You take a shot and it's your last. It'll be like shooting a grenade at your feet, or worse.
Objectives. Okay. I'm gonna do this quick and get back inside. Save her. Then I can go back downstairs and loot everything.
Microgravity detected.
But this is a cool weapon, the Q-beam. Boom. Let's see. Forgot to tip. Hello, Zexy. How are you doing, man?
You got them, didn't you? Oh, you make me so mad sometimes. You'll never listen to me.
All good, Zexy. I appreciate you stopping by. Regardless. Give you a shout out. Thanks for hanging out and lurking. Hope you've had an alright day today, man. I read all the emails. Sweet. Have you seen Jean? I'll ask around and keep my eye out. I'm sure she'll turn up. Hey, Miguel. Could you locate Jean Farr? I know she's not on your crew roster, but I asked her to come down from life support to check on the power converter, the climate systems. I've been getting complaints about faulty AC all day.
Dr. Igwe. I've made it to your office.
She went down a couple hours ago, but I haven't heard from her since.
Dr. Igwe.
My word. What are you? And why are you speaking?
I can't reach her on
Morgan's
transcribe.
voice?
I am January. Morgan
Nico,
is
we need to
personal
talk. Drop by
operator.
my office.
January. Sorry. Your arrival was a bit of a shock. Quite a day today, you know.
If you're referring to the Typhon infestation of Talos 1, Dr. Igwe, you are correct. You are one of the few survivors.
Yes. It's... Wait. Is that fabricator for...
What have I not upgraded yet? Glue gun? No. U-beam? Well, have a good night, Zexy. Thank you for stopping by, sir.
I might be able to make use
Much
of it. With your
appreciated.
permission, January.
You have authorization to work at the station, Dr. Igwe, and manufacture anything that will assist Morgan in containing the Typhon.
I'll remain here in your office until you return, Morgan. I may be able to be of use.
We'll find, like, broken areas out in space. And you can use them.
Requesting new operator. True. Dark Cobalt 410 Engineering Class Operator ready to deploy. Please stand clear of aperture.
Coming through. Inspecting. Your suit's leaking. I'll advance that door.
Ooh. Neuromods. Tell you what, who's Traveler? Anybody who's watching, if you want to pick a neuromod, you can. Since we have chat, I could kind of pull them up. My options are scientist, security, engineer, security, energy, morph, and telepath. And I have level 2 machine mind, which lets me hack machines, like take over machines, like robots and stuff. Remote manipulation lets me grab things telekinetically. Psychoshock lets me nullify psi abilities from enemies and damage them. Mindjack lets me force biological enemies to fight for me. Backlash creates a shield for 30 seconds, which prevents the enemy attack from damaging me. Fear resistance makes me resist fear. I've got regeneration to regenerate health after taking damage. Mimic Matter 3, which lets me mimic operators as well. Phantom Shift, which is the one that creates a double behind me and kind of lets me like blink forward. Lift Field lets me telekinetically lift things. Kinetic Blast 3 is like a blast of kinetic energy. It pushes stuff away. Electrostatic Burst is an electricity shot that stuns robots and biological targets. Super Thermal burns things with fire. Thermal Absorption absorbs fire. Got Firearms, which increases my ability with guns. Toughness, which increases my health. Stamina increases my stamina. Mobility increases my speed. Run, sneaks, climb, and sprint. Combat Focus increases the duration. It's like slow-mo, basically. Pretty useful. Stealth lets me sneak better. Sneak Attack lets me do more damage for sneak attacks. Engineer, all I've got is making my wrench stamina cost less. Metabolic Boost gives me better food. Makes food work better. Neurostimulant increases the effectiveness of the psi hypos. It gives me psi power. That gives me a bigger psi pool. So I have more points to spend on powers. And this gives me 2 additional chips for my psychoscope, which is like little things I can equip, basically. Anyone has any ones desired or suggestions, it really don't matter. I'm not particularly picky about it. It's active. I have to create it for 20 seconds. But upgrades let me, basically prevents 1 attack for 20 seconds. The next one is 2 attacks for 20 seconds. And then the final version is 3 attacks for 20 seconds. So the duration never increases, but it is good to have. You can kind of block things, keep them off you. Not a bad one to go, and I don't have it yet. Good when I get like swarmed by enemies like I did earlier. And like psi points is not really an issue at this point. I have so many things to spend with them that it doesn't matter. I honestly use my guns more than anything. Which I'm out of ammo right now, so that's why. But I don't see anything else in here worth getting. We can try it if you want. I've got enough for a couple. I've got quite a bit of them right now. The movement speed boost, yeah. Let's get both of those. We'll do them both. That works. Sometimes if I get these, the nightmare comes out and he gets really angry. Because they could sense, like, the more of these you get, the nightmare starts to be able to track you down. And he's like a big, scary Typhon. The one we saw before that I kind of just, like, let kill. Movement speed in this game is never not a bad thing, because it helps all of your abilities to get faster, and there's a lot of times where running away is the right way to play it. Look, I've got a timer for how long it is until my ex-girlfriend dies. That's like the coolest timer in the world. That's the girlfriend timer. I have 1 hour and 40 minutes until single. I'll go ahead and give it to her. To be careful getting too much momentum in space, because I've slammed up against something going too fast and died. Kind of a funny way to die, but... Let's just hope this room's not full of enemies when I get here.
Welcome. Maybe I can help you.
Oh, God, Morgan. You surprise the hell out of me sometimes. Please, right at the neck. Just look for the marks. It was harder when I was doing it myself. Oh, God. I can breathe again. And feel my legs.
Matthew, can you give us a
Still
moment?
some spots in the eye.
Dude.
But those should clear up. Thanks, Morgan.
Not the right time, okay?
Nice work, Morgan. You'll make junior engineer yet. Now, get to the lift. But be careful. No telling what got stirred up in the shake. I'll follow when I can. Meet you at your office.
You know, Matthew's cool and all, but he kind of needs to learn manners. I see what you mean. It's kind of the art style of the game. It's got a very, like, stylized art look, but it's on top of realism. Everybody has, like, very, like, angular looks to them. I see what you mean, though. Honestly, I was thinking that last time. Hey, Lan, Krasikov just rage quit on Battle Ops League, so we have an open spot. Do you want in? Just show up at the usual time in the reactor room. I have enough parts you can kit bash. And remember, not a word of this in front of Brooks or Ilyushin. They don't know, and we want to keep it that way. Faulty grounding resistor. Understood. I'll have some of the engineers inspect the stuff in storage. Stated in the official report, I replaced the grounding resistors in an attempt to restore power to Ilyushin's office. This resulted in a powerful electrical explosion and subsequent structural damage that exposed the office to vacuum. Thankfully, the bulkhead sealed the breach. The faulty resistors immediately melted into a sort of shapeless, smoldering, and seemingly inorganic organic matter. Assume all parts in storage are suspect.
Hello. Good to see you again, Doctor.
Yeah, definitely the looks of the people were not their strong point, but it is a stylized look. So I suppose I'd take that over like hyper realism, which is the way that everybody tries to go for.
Obstruction detected. Please clear aperture of debris.
By the way, there's a reason I'm blocking all of those that I find. Only because I know later information. There's a okay, so your characters, move it, Matthew. Thank you. Your characters are your brother, you and your brother run the station, but the company TranStar you work for is owned by your parents.
Diagnosing. Looks like you've had a rough day. This won't take long. All done. Please fill out a patient experience questionnaire so I can serve you better next time.
Your parents that own it messed up, but they send a cleaner.
Hello.
And by cleaner, I mean like the Hitman style cleaner, not, you know, a cleaner. They send a hitman to basically come and wipe out the station to erase any witnesses to what went down. They probably don't want to lose their big old government bought space station that they bought and paid for. So they send them to not only kill everybody, but also kill their own children.
Hello.
Very nice people.
Again, Dr. Yu.
You know, classic CEO behavior. But, alas, he will come here and hack all of the operator terminals. Now, operators are the little robots that help you out. You can use them for, like, healing or psi or suit repair. And they swarm the place and attack. So I'm hoping the glue will stop them. If not, you know, I might just get screwed. But, you know, it's worth a shot. Hypothetically, it's supposed to work.
I wondered how you would react to finding Michaela. You risked your life to help her. It makes me think the neuromod extraction didn't erase everything. Not completely. Perhaps particularly strong memories still leave faint impressions. Intuitive feelings. Or maybe you're simply more compassionate than I expected. Are you sure it wouldn't have been better to... I don't mean to be insensitive, but when she finds out you intend to destroy Talos 1, she might react strongly given that there's no way off the station.
We'll do... Okay. Hmm. I wonder if there's a way up. Well, morning, Arthur. Welcome in. How are you doing today, dude? Well, we've been both predator and prey the entire time. I will say that. Sometimes one, sometimes the other, and sometimes both. Yeah, it's a really cool game. How about
Hemorrhage detected. Seek medical attention.
hemorrhage is like the worst one. Electrical. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? There it is. Ah! Yeah, it's one of my favorite games. I'm a big fan of it, although it's a little painful sometimes. I've beaten it once before on console, and this is like, I guess, my second full playthrough. But I've watched playthroughs of it as well. It's a personal favorite of mine for sure. They're all broken? Yeah, they're all broken. Great. Yeah, I'd definitely say immersive sims aren't for everybody. They're definitely a genre that's not for everyone. Immersive sims are very much a slow, methodical kind of game that punishes you for just going into things blind. Well, I mean, they're all kind of, for the most part, shooters. I guess Thief isn't, but I really don't know of any other immersive sims that aren't shooters. I guess System Shock doesn't take too much of your reflexes, for sure. But yeah, I feel you. Good thing about this one is you can kind of get by without even being very good at a shot. As long as you use your powers and just kind of plan things out. Grenades and shotgun will get you anywhere you need to go. Oh. Well, in a lot of ways it is. I mean, I really don't ever have to be a good shot in this game. It's just that everything in it is preparation. The game's actually kind of easy if you prepare, because if you think about what you're fighting and what it's weak against, you really, all you do is just go up on it and use the right power or throw the right thing at it and it's dead. But I get where you're coming from. There is some level of shooting required. It gets... The problem I have with it a lot of the time is that it gets, honestly, a little too easy. You end up doing things that... Well, yeah, but I mean, like, if you're the kind of person that prepares in a game, it's not that it's the shooting that gets to you. It's like you over-prepare and you overcompensate for it. And you end up... I don't know, man. I still give it to Prey. I still say it's got it. You know? Because the part that's the head scratcher is tactics and how to set up the situation, and it's the shooting in it is I literally just run up to it and spam click this shotgun at it until it dies, and most of the time that's really the only shooting I've ever had to do. All the other weapons are like I guess the only one you really have to aim with is the pistol, because like this requires no aim. It's just go up and shoot them. This isn't even a gun. This is just shooting glue. And like the Q-beam, its whole deal is like, it doesn't even do damage. You just keep it sustained on something from a distance and you let its health bar build up and eventually it just explodes. So it's like a reverse damage where a green meter goes up and meets your damage meter part way and then just causes whatever it touches to go poof. Tell you what, though. I am due for another neuromod. Look at metabolic boost. Any of them seem interesting to you, Arthur? I got neurostimulant for extra psi hypos, psionic aptitude for a psi pool, firearms upgrade, stamina upgrade, mobility upgrade. Lets me sprint and jump higher. Combat focus is like bullet time. Stealth makes me sneakier. Sneak attack makes my sneak attacks better. I've got level 3 kinetic blast to blast kinetic energy out to blow things away. Lift field to lift things up in the air. Electrostatic absorption to absorb electrical damage. Electrostatic burst for electrical, super thermal for fire, thermal absorption to absorb fire. Morph has got mimic level 3. Regeneration 1, which lets me regenerate health after I get damaged. And Phantom Shift level 2 lets me shift forward and leave like a duplicate behind me. And Ether Absorption absorbs ether. Telepathy's got fear resistance, backlash for shield, mind jack to turn enemies to your side, psycho shock to shock it and disable it, remote manipulation to grab things from afar. You can also hack from afar, which is cool. Machine mind to turn in robots to your ally temporarily. So they're all pretty decent. Morph, either Mimic 3. Yeah. Really useful ability, too. Because it lets you kind of blink, plus getting a enemy behind you. Hold on, we'll do it real quick. And you can scan it, too, which is yourself. Doesn't last for very long, but it kind of works as a distraction, so...
Attitude adjustment required.
Can I break down? Dismantle. 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 It's very much a thinky game, though. Even it's quite a bit of planning for things, to the point where it actually kind of makes the difficulty not really matter. Like, you turn up the difficulty all the way, and there's no real change, because it's only percentages, and it's not going to change you planning your tactics any. It's just going to make you have to do a little harder at the tactics you do. So... that's one big complaint people had. They kind of advertised it as the first Prey that was not even made by the same studio or even a similar game. Thanks, Bethesda. Was a corridor shooter, and they kind of advertised it as being a similar corridor Doom style shooter where it's all like reflexes and stuff like that. And if you try to play this like Doom, you're gonna just die. There's no... You'll just die. You have to think about like what you're using and abilities and things like that. And it really feels like Bethesda had no idea what the game was and was just like, yeah, sure, we'll go with that, but make sure you guys use this name. Okay. Right, right. I'd say even more so than Fallout or Skyrim, though, because Fallout and Skyrim, it's almost more the stats that benefit you than the strategy most of the time. Like you can stat through something in Fallout and pretty much get it, while this is like you got to think your way through it more than you can stat your way through it. Your stats don't really particularly change. Right, right. I think that's why a lot of people kind of, I don't know, hard turn from this one. I will say, if you're interested in the immersive sim genre and you want something maybe a little less reflexy, I would definitely say Thief is a good starter. The old Thief games. Dishonored's not too bad about it. If you want something more modern, we'll meowdy to you too, Chaotic. Yeah, this is the same studio that made Dishonored. System Shock 1 and 2, especially System Shock 2, you don't have to play them in order because they're not really connected too much, but System Shock 2 is very barely a shooter. I mean, it's old school, so it's like old school shooter style where there's not really a whole lot of aim you have to do. And it's a little clunky, but it is definitely the spirit. This is a spiritual sequel to that more than anything else. Even though Bethesda lied and said it was they straight up lied and said, "Oh yeah, this is the spiritual sequel to the previous Prey." It's like nothing alike, other than there's aliens and they try to kill you. Like, okay, you know, sure. Might as well say it's a spiritual sequel to Halo. Dishonored's a good game. I'm planning on playing them at some point. I have 1 and 2. I mean, it's closer to Half-Life 3, I guess, but not even close to that either, you know? It's like that, though. Yeah, exactly. Go, oh, yeah, that's sure. It's a spiritual successor to Half-Life and get sued by Valve, but... Hey, it might happen. There's some very strong rumors right now going around. The hell did that do? Oh. Okay. Just, you played System Shock 1 and Shodan used to scare the shit out of you? Yeah, she'll do that. She will absolutely do that. I've honestly never played Mega Man Legends. I've heard good things about it, but I'm like barely familiar with Mega Man as a series. Like my brother was really into him, and I've played X, and I've played a couple of I've played 1 and 2, and like I played the older ones, but you were 6 when System Shock 1 came out. Yeah. I mean, 2 is an intense game. I know that. I've never played 1. That'd be a cool one to go and play at some point as well. Go through the whole immersive sim catalog, because I haven't really played one I disliked. I quite enjoy pretty much all of them, so it's definitely my genre for sure. Like, I could sit here and lose time really bad with this game and not even realize it. Like, I should be running an ad break right now, but I'm talking to people, so fuck it. I'll get up and do it in a second.
Supervisory override received. Thank you.
We need a new friend. Of course, Traveler. Thank you for joining me, buddy. You have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. See you tomorrow at Neppy stream. See, now I got a new friend. Say hi to Guy. If she doesn't oversleep again. Exactly, if she doesn't oversleep again. I know she's probably kicking herself in the butt for it, but honestly, with the way her stomach was hurting and the way she's been working, I kind of, part of me's happy she did, because she probably needed the sleep. And I know she'll just go without it. But anyway, have a good night, Traveler. Either way, I'll probably see you on my server, if not. I don't know where he's at. I hear it talking. Well, I hope you had a good rest and are ready for your workday chaotic. I'm not going to be there for 11 hours today. Jeez. That's brutal. I'm sorry. That is quite brutal. But pies are great. Depends on what kind of pie, honestly. Oh. Very official. I see. Chaotix, the big man on campus. Gotta go there and make sure to flex the power a little bit. I get you. Smack some people around if you need to. Good job, guy. Was it were that simple? Yeah, I didn't figure it was.
Disintegrated circuit found. New instructions.
Sadly, things rarely are.
Disintegrated circuit. Instructions. Something's broken. Found you.
Well, I hope it's not too much hassle today, at least. Well, it sounds pretty rough, but...
Hiding isn't.
Is that you yelling at me, Nightmare? No. We got some nasty financial news at the house, so we got to figure some things out this week. It's going to be a toughie for sure. But hopefully we will we'll persevere. At least Mom's working now and we got some stability going on in the house, so plus I'm finally starting to feel better enough to try to start looking for work again. Or voice commissions or whatever. Anything I can do. Still trying to do the old disability fight as well. I'm still wondering what kind of pies we're talking about. That sounds making me hungry. Ow! Pork pies. Ooh, that sounds good. Steak pie sounds good as well. The food of the station in this game is eel. They've got eel pies, fried eel, all kinds of eel product that they do, because they raise them on the station. Oh, are they? Well, if I ever get my chance to try one, I will let you know. That does sound pretty good. I like it. I like a good meat pie. Pretty much any kind. I'm not picky. I wish I was more picky. I'd probably be in better shape. You know, Christo picked that running and jumping one, and it really came in clutch for this place. The running and jumping neuromod. Oh, it was a big help. Hate those things. There's these creatures called mimics in the game, which, mimic? Self-explanatory, but any of the objects in the game can potentially be a mimic. In some ways, they're even scarier than mimics in like tabletop, because they don't really I can get up there. They don't really like turn into something that resembles them. They can just kind of like shapeshift into any object. In fact, I have the ability now because I got the Typhon power for it, so I too can mimic, like as you can see. I've got sick box gameplay over here. I've got a theory that mimics are a highly evolved version of a clam or other bivalve, and they just evolved to look like wooden treasure chests to invite food. Honestly, that's not a bad theory. I like it. It's an interesting one. Have any of you seen Dungeon Meshi, or Delicious in Dungeon is the English name they used? Dungeon Meshi is great. Highly recommended anime, but if you like D&D or have any kind of history with tabletops, it's oh yeah. Really? You've never heard of Delicious in Dungeon or Dungeon Meshi? Oh man. It's basically the party, which consists of a human fighter, a halfling rogue, and a elf wizard. Essentially, the human fighter, his sister, their other party's wizard, gets swallowed and eaten by a dragon deep in the dungeon that they're at. So they have to go rescue her, but they almost died. They had no spell slots left, and they had to run away. So they want to rescue her before the dragon digests her, essentially. And so they don't have any money, though, for supplies. So the fighter is kind of crazy and has this book about different monsters and what are edible and what are not. So they go into the dungeon with the expectation that they're going to have to eat monsters to survive. So they meet this dwarf who's been living in the dungeon for who knows how long and cooks them. He has a big adamantite shield on his back that's full of that he uses as a cooking pot, and cooks different dishes. So it's like a cooking show and a D&D style fantasy adventure show at the same time. And they like get monsters like mimics and mimics, griffins, all kinds of different things. Yeah, and he teaches them how to cook and prepare tasty monster meals using his cooking knowledge and the monster knowledge of the fighter together. Very cool anime. A lot of fun. Really excited for season 2. You like D&D? Trigger did it as well. So if you're familiar with Trigger, same people that made Kill la Kill, Little Witch Academia. They worked on it, and so it's got some pretty decent animation. It's fun, silly, a lot of good cooking moments. It's actually given me a lot of inspiration as a DM and as a player for characters. I've got a player in the campaign I'm playing right now that wants to make a character based off Senshi, the dwarf. Let's see if there's another way in there. But yeah, the liquid changing spell was designed for things like turning slime into drinkable water, turning the drink that the bar bully is drinking into moose piss, things like that. Yeah, you know what? That's pretty cool. I like that. Instead, my player, I was DM, used it to transform the Olympic-sized portion of a tank of water into oh no. Good old knack. Yeah, so sodium, potassium. I know. Oh boy. I bet that was unironically, before I was before I dropped out of college because I was going through life crap. I was a chemical engineering major. Was my field of study. I didn't get super far, but I was on my way to a bachelor's. Indeed. I thought about going back sometime, or maybe going back for something else. I don't know. Not entirely sure what I'd want to do. I did have an offer to go back through this program. Because right now I go to the same school. I'm on academic probation, and the money's the issue because they won't give it. But approximate yield just north of Fat Man or Little Boy. Oh no, oh no, that's bad. That is bad news. Jeez. That's funny. Was hoping I could remote manipulation that. But I guess not. He did not survive, even close. They were in the spirit realm, so so only one person a few miles away was caught in the blast. Hell. I should go this way. Maybe I can get it from here. Nice. What I just did there was I have the ability of remote manipulation that allows me to grab things from a distance. So I used remote manipulation to activate that button on the other side so that I could just go over here and get to it the easy way instead of having to climb up. The person who caused it, though, had a few seconds to rush through the portal, which closed behind them. The person caught in the blast had to get rezzed some other way. Yeah, you can't do it with his body. It'd have to be with a high-level resurrection. And the guy who caused the explosion, well, we've got them to face the consequences of their actions. By having to go back into the spirit realm and fix the damage. Jeez. That's pretty good. You know, sometimes that's how it turns out. We'll do... I'm not dealing with your crap today, Mimic. I'm done with your bullshit. Planning on a new campaign through soon based off of D&D, working from a variant template of another anime called Welcome to Japan, Miss Elf. Interesting. Ah, so it's kind of like a isekai, but the other way. That looks fun. All right, give me just a second. Oh, cool. Because I'm playing where the main character goes to another world whenever they sleep. Oh, okay. That's cool. It's almost kind of like they're like sleepwalking, but in another world. So do they pop back whenever they're awake, or are they stuck in there once they wake up? That's the question. Out of here? This is a dead end. It's just a dead end. Oh. Step 1, players enter room. I start talking to them about a story. Step 2, they get isekai summoned into a D&D world, but with changes to their bodies. Then step 3, I give them their character sheets. And step 4, I'll let them return back to our world whenever they sleep after they do one quick reset. Or a quick quest. Ah, okay, okay. So it's like they are themselves in a way. Interesting. Sounds like a fun campaign idea. Get out of here. The surprise one-shot D&D session that lets them get used to playing D&D and slightly invested in the characters. I, as the DM, will still be there, but as a golem. Yeah, like Alphonse from FMA. Cool. I like that. That's a fun idea. Plus, you can kind of ease them into, you know, more of a fantasy sort of thing, straightforward. I'm actually working on one myself right now. Lately, I've been playing D&D with a player. With one of my former players is a DM now, and we're working through his campaign world. So since we've been doing fantasy, I kind of decided to mix it up, and I'm actually running a campaign set in the Old Republic Star Wars universe. So, like Old Republic era, Knights of the Old Republic games. Yeah, I know, right? A player became a DM and a DM became a player, and now we can alternate. It's pretty cool. And he had actually DM'd before that, so it wasn't totally out of there, but this is his first, like, big, long-running campaign. You know, he'd always just done, like, one-shots and couldn't get people going, so... It's cool because playing with another DM is kind of refreshing sometimes, or being a player is kind of refreshing, because I can go into... I for instance, I know when he's feeding us plot hooks a lot of the time, and so I'll in character follow them just not to give him a hard time. I'll be like, we should go that way, and I ended up. He also gives me a little bit of leeway because I'm probably the most steady player. A lot of people kind of are in or out, and so he'll do things like, my character helped defend this town against basically they got attacked by a dragon and the town was destroyed, so I helped rebuild the town, and I helped rebuild the town, and I helped them basically fix a whole bunch of issues they had. They had their mine, it was a town with a sapphire mining town, and their mine had been filled with monsters, and they sent in a group of people to stop it, and the people never came back. So one of our first big missions is we cleared out the entire mine and then got it working again. As a dwarf, I kind of helped them along the way as a mountain dwarf, and in payment of it, they gave me a house in the town, which it was the Old Adventurers Guild that I then subsequently rebuilt into my own Adventurers Guild and kind of started that myself. So it allows me as a cool way to introduce other players in, because then I can just have them be, you know, a new recruit to the Adventurers Guild and kind of give them a little bit of leeway and a reason and connection to the plot. So it's cool. We kind of, you know, use both of our skills in in each other's campaign. The big thing I'm going to do is, because I know the 3 players I'm going to have, I'm going to change them to classics and the classes who kind of go against their natural trope. So people who never say anything have to be the daring, charismatic rogue or the face of the party. Interesting approach. Not what I'm necessarily against, just an interesting one. Huh. I mean, it's a cool idea. I like it. Kind of gets people out of their comfort. I was gonna say, I was exactly what I was gonna say. Gets them out of their shell, gets them out of their comfort zone. They kind of, you know, stretch their legs a little bit and learn their character and learn things about the game, and also helps them learn how to role play. Because a lot of people, not that there's anything wrong with it per se, but I feel like a lot of people play themselves in D&D, and they play themselves and then don't really understand how to play anything else. Like, they get used to the game, but then they don't ever figure out how to play something besides themselves. Right. And it's like, that's the math. The combat is not even that important. You know, it's important, but it's not that important. I've had games that were just combat slogs, and they're honestly, they're okay, but they're not really, they're kind of missing the point. You know, there's systems that are better if that's what you want to do than D&D. See, I've DM'd for quite a while now. It's probably been about my first campaign when I was like, first campaign I ran was like 15 or 16, so it's been about 17 years of me being a DM. And yeah, I've learned a lot of mistakes over the years, both as a player and as a DM, which has been kind of, you know, I'm learning new ones now as a player, which is crazy. Yeah, so you get like, you know, that's cool. I like that. I do like that. That's actually a really neat idea. Especially for like a one shot, because then they don't have to feel like they're stuck in it. If they want to pick a character they want to be and want to play more like themselves, that's still cool. Because, you know, they got the chance to get their feet wet with it and then go into something else. Ah, okay. Palladium. I have not played Palladium. I've heard things about it, but I have not played it. Ah, do you have family that was into it? D20 combat and percentile skill? Yeah, see. Ah, okay. See, none of mine were just not really into it. My dad was into video games growing up, but he had never done any real tabletop stuff. I didn't. It was just kind of something that I had like always wanted to do myself, and I got into it super early on. And did I make QB memo yet? Second. Yeah, and I just kind of got into it on my own too. So I get you there. Got 25, 45. Yeah, see, I've always been big on board games, and it was like, You know, I'd played stuff growing up as a kid, so it was, I don't know. I feel like they give a lot of skills that people miss out on. In a lot of ways, especially if you're like a, you know, nerdy kid on the spectrum like I am. It's like, oh, what are you gonna do, you know? And kind of just it helps you get out of your shell a bit. And that and theater was a big one for me too. See, when you activate those, the nightmare gets notified, and he is very scary. I'm gonna try to escape from him, although I could kill him for parts. But we'll deal with him later. See, I didn't get one until I didn't get one until a little bit after my 32nd birthday. And so, you know, it was something like, just never really got it as a kid. No one was really doing testing or anything. And it's cool to know. I think it's helpful. It kind of helps you understand things about yourself a little bit better. Even if it doesn't really change anything. I'm hoping right now, because of that and other health issues I've got, like with seizure disorders and Tourette syndrome and a spinal condition and things like that, that I can kind of package it all together and turn it into a disability. Because it does hold me back. I don't think individually any of them would hold me back with work too much, but the combination together definitely makes a big ordeal. See, right now, I'm working on introducing a new setting, and it's Star Wars 5e, and it's basically the D&D 5e rules, but ripped apart and remade by a bunch of DMs and fit into the Star Wars setting. And I'm doing it in the Old Republic, based on the Knights of the Old Republic games, right before them, during the Mandalorian Wars, if you're familiar with them at all. Just to kind of give more of a high fantasy blank slate to work from that's not really too heavily connected to any of the Lucasfilms besides, you know, the setting. And we're supposed to set up, it'll be my first online campaign, because I've always done them in person. So we're trying to set it up for an online distance campaign where we where we're essentially a group of mercenaries working for the Hutts and investigating a betrayal and basically hunting down a bounty for someone that had betrayed the Hutts, the Hutt gangsters, and had fled somewhere on the moon of Nar Shaddaa, right outside of their home planet. And so, kind of a little basic setup, but enough to get so we're kind of used to the combat setting. It's a little different than D&D. Similar. A lot of the classes have one-for-one comparisons or close to it, but not all of them, and it's very much tuned lethal. So, you know, you got a lot of long-range weapons and high damage things with burst fire and stuff like that. So you could really quickly get a party wipe in combat if you're not careful.
I am feeling better. Still a few spots in the eyes, but I've got feeling back in my legs. Oh, all the feelings.
Hello. Good to see you again, Dr. Yu. Diagnosing bruising, abrasions, fatigue. Nothing life-threatening. Try to relax. Good as new. Don't forget to complete a patient questionnaire. Your feedback will be invaluable.
Tell you what, you guys, I'm at least up for another hour. I'm gonna go refresh my tea. Thinking about, and I will be right back if you stick around. I'm gonna put on another song, and I shall return in just a moment. You know, I didn't realize the song was going to end on me. I guess I was on the last one. Could have figured that. Sorry. I left you guys in silence. My bad. Get back to stream. Trying to help my mom find the remote. And there was no success. I did not find the remote. Or anyone asks. I did get tea though. Did accomplish that. Which I feel like this has got to count for something. This time it's a uncaffeinated tea because I've had enough caffeine today, and if I want to go to sleep later, I should probably stop drinking caffeine. It's a winter spice. Got on sale.
Hello, good to see you again.
Oh shoot, it's still a commercial.
Dr. Yu.
For next. Pop some boards on.
Warning, dangerous level of explosive gas detected. Please evacuate and avoid all open flames or sparks until repairs can be made. Warning, dangerous level of explosive gas detected. Please evacuate and avoid all open flames or sparks until repairs can be made.
Maybe I can get an assistant. Don't be fired, don't be fired, don't be fired. God damn it. Of all the things, you had to be fire. It's like the one thing I can't have you be. You want to try that again, buddy? Welcome back, everybody, if you've been on the commercial break. I'm just trying to decide. Don't be fired, don't be fired. It must be preset what kind they're going to be. It says random, but it must be randomly determined at the beginning of an area.
Repairs can be made. Warning, warning. Dangerous level of explosive gas detected. Please evacuate and avoid all open flames or sparks until repairs can be made. Tank integrity restored. Hydrogen loss reduced by 33%. Tank integrity restored. Hydrogen loss reduced by 33%.
This whole place is filled with gas and will explode if I fire any gunshots. So, I guess it's a way to save ammo.
Tank integrity restored.
I'm kind of
Hydrogen
curious
loss
what happens
reduced by 33%.
if I do. Here, let's see. Save.
Seek medical attention.
What if I do it from like a distance? Oh, the whole thing just explodes. Okay.
Hydrogen loss reduced by 33%.
Noted.
Tank integrity restored. Hydrogen loss reduced by 33%. Tank integrity restored. Hydrogen loss reduced by 33%.
Yeah, I hear you.
Tank integrity restored. Hydrogen loss reduced by 66%. 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 Tank integrity restored. Tank integrity restored. Hydrogen loss reduced by 99.79%. Threat of explosive gas minimal. Normal operations may resume pending supervisor approval.
In case you weren't here on the winter break, I got some delicious winter spice tea. Pretty good. I tried it the other day. Nobody else has been drinking it in the house, but I wanted something without caffeine, so. It's like a herbal tea. Life support and hardware labs. anything? What? There was 2 more out there? You're shitting me. I have to fly over there next time I'm outside. Have a good night, Christo. Thanks for hanging out with me today. And yeah, I hope you do. It's one of my favorite games. It's very, very thinky, kind of slow moving, but very RPG kind of focused instead of just shooter. So I highly recommend it. But I hope you have a good night. Rest well, sir. See you tomorrow at Neppy's stream if she makes it. We don't have a sleepy bun bun. So many windows open. Oh, what's up, Raya? I forgot I left you out here. I got buddies all over the place. I got homies on the left, homies on the right.
You came back in from outside, huh? Fixed elevators. Thank you. Now I can move free. You, not so much. You are in life support. A joke there, I think. Ill tanks. Where your Transstar food comes from. Chopped up and made new colors. Connected to septic system. A joke there too, I think.
For those that aren't aware, that is the crazy cook that I let free so that I could follow his quest line. Not mine, Jack. I meant.
Disintegrated circuit. Found new instructions.
I got burnt. Do I have any burn stuff? I don't have anything for burns, do I? So the more you go through this place and you go through the game, the more they spread this stuff. It's like they call it, I think they call it like where's the research? The Weavers spread it. And Weavers happen whenever enough mimics get near each other in a large population. A group of mimics will attack another mimic and combine with it, and they become a Weaver. And the Weavers are the ones that spread those little exploding guys, called cystoids, that explode and spread radiation. And they have a little shield that if you attack them, it spreads a terror effect. Fun. So what they do is they spread the coral, it's called, and it's like that substance all over the place that basically allows the Typhon to propagate and spread. And if enough of that's around, it allows them to grow more complex Typhon. So basically, like, as you go through the station in the game storyline, it gets more and more filled with this stuff as, like, they take over. Mm-hmm. Sorry, looking something up. Mm. Okay.
Vital signs critical.
Hello, are you here for an appointment? Diagnosing. Full thickness burns. Recommend debridement. Administer regional anesthetic. Please, hold still. This will only take a moment. There. All better. Don't forget to complete a patient questionnaire. Your feedback will be invaluable.
I don't see the fortified turret anywhere.
Ready to scan. Scanning target material inconclusive. Logging calibration request. Repair, replace, recycle. The 3 R's. Deploying. Scanning target. Typhon material inconclusive. Logging calibration request. Burn trauma detected. Seek medical attention. Supervisory override. Received. Ready to scan.
The Yu family caused much trouble on Earth. Now they play with the stars and expect not to burn. I wondered why you opened us to the chamber. Make us see a horizon. Sharp, razored, hungry. You sit around yourself with machines, with things. They cannot keep you safe. They will eat you as well after they eat you. Maybe I take your suit. Become MU. Get shuttle access.
What do I say? Completed. Not really sure what I'm supposed to do in here. I wasn't. Oh well. Maybe it's useful for later.
submitted.
Welcome. Maybe I can help you. Diagnosing. Full thickness burns. Recommend debridement. Administer regional anesthetic. I'll have you feeling better soon. Good as new. Don't forget to complete a patient questionnaire. Your feedback will be invaluable.
Inclusive. Logging calibration request.
Map. Hardware Labs. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Piotrif. Hello. How are you doing, buddy? Oh yeah, I'm still streaming. Don't know how much longer. Probably chill for a little bit and yap at you and then probably get off. Decided to play some more Prey. Yeah, I had to yap at you. Exactly. That's what happens if you don't behave yourself. You'll get a stern talking to, for damn sure. Does this lead anywhere? Oh, trust me, the goat ending up in the goat zone will be the least of their worries. All right.
Hello, nice to see you.
Scanning target error. Insufficient Typhon material found. Standing down.
Made it to your office, Morgan. I guess I see where all that TranStar money goes.
Chief Ilyushin? You're alive!
Igve? You made it?
Chief Engineer Ilyushin.
What the hell? Morgan, is that...
No, that is...
I am January. Morgan Yu's personal operator.
Talk about loving the sound of your own voice. So, it's the three of us. Four.
Gotta get adopted by someone in
Anyone
the
else
US.
from labs
More
or
streams to watch. Yeah, no
Is
kidding.
that Morgan's workstation? And the fabricator?
Chief Ilyushin, please do not...
Morgan, come up here when you get a chance.
I'd adopt you, but I don't know if we can even feed our own. It ain't great here, though. I'll tell you that. May change your mind once you get here. Have to pay parents' bills? Oh, okay. I wonder how bad the lobby is when I get there. I highly doubt that. Tell you right now, it's not. Look out there. See him? That's the nightmare. He can probably kill me in here. Everyone has nightmares. Don't make such a big deal of it. I'll try not to. I wonder... See, I can't actually fight in here. But he can't fight me. So I think I'm just going to wait him out. Yeah, I can't pull out a weapon in this room. It is kind of a silly aspect. So I feel like I could just hide in here, but, you know. Okay. But he can't kill me, I can't kill him, that's fair. Well, I'm about to get a thing that lets me just send him away. So it's not really that big of a deal. He stops being he's kind of trivial to fight. Like, if I really want to fight him, I can. But he costs a lot of resources. Oh, tell you what, Piotr, since you're here, what neuromod should I get next? I can do scientist, engineer, security, energy, morph, and telepathy. Scientist is neurostimulant 1, increases the effectiveness of psi hypos. Psionic aptitude 2 increases your psi pool to 200. Psychotronics 3 allows installation of 2 additional chipsets on your psychoscope. I can do impact calibration 1, reduces stamina cost of wrench attacks. I can do firearms 2 to increase damage with security weapons to 150% and chance to critically hit to 10%. Toughness 2, increase your health to 200, natural lifespan increased by 50 years. Stamina 1 increases your stamina to 125. Mobility and gain the ability to sprint with ludicrous speed and to jump incredibly high. Combat focus is like bullet time, slows duration to 12 seconds, time slows less for you than your enemies, attacks deal 110% damage, and actions cost 25% stamina. Stealth 2, walk and run without making a noise. Sneak attack, 200% damage to enemies while they are unaware of you. Lift, and for the powers, lift field. Manipulate gravity to create a column of upward force up to 7 meters tall that lasts 15 seconds and can trap enemies. Electrostatic burst, create an electrostatic burst that deals up to 40 damage within 4 meters of the target area. Additionally, the burst disrupts electronic equipment, stuns robotics, biological targets for 4 seconds. Okay. Lift field. We already kind of have that with kinetic force too, so the combination basically makes me a Jedi. I'm gonna stand in this corner. Alright? You seem angry, Nightmare. Yeah, that does sound delayed. Jeez.
Good afternoon, Talos. Lunch is served in the cafeteria from 12 to 2 p.m.
Boy, lunch.
Please refer to the weekly upgrade for today's menu.
Yeah, I'm hoping to, I don't know, maybe stream tomorrow. If not tomorrow, give him a hug. He's lonely for sure. Yeah, he looks real lonely. He'll hug me plenty if I go out there. Just don't want to waste the ammo to get rid of him right now. It's honestly kind of expensive to fight a resource game. A lot of this game is resource management, so... You're not gonna go away? Okay. Fine. Try that again. You better not still be right in front of the damn door. We'd be real pissed. You are! God damn it. Fine. You know what? Actually, they do have an explanation for the indestructible glass. They use like a plasma shielding over it because it keeps, it lets them see through while, so there is actually like a lore explanation. I'm gonna go in the Arboretum. Hopefully that gets rid of him. I don't exactly remember what it was. I'm not sure if it was like gravity related or what. I agree with you. I'm getting about tired of him, so I need to go do that quest to get rid of him. Trying to meet up with the people in my office. You think he's gonna come back when I get back? Yep. Damn it, Piotr, don't curse me, man. You're gonna jinx me. Later, nerds.
structural upgrades.
Tell me again how the decompression happened.
It was very sudden. I don't know the specifics, but I had to act quickly.
The decompression occurred due to a detonation in the cargo bay.
January, I asked Dr. Igwe.
I don't know. Perhaps an explosion or structural damage from the Typhon attack?
Which would have originated where?
It was all a dream.
Psychotronics?
That is unlikely, Chief Ilyushin.
January, instead of wasting our time interrupting, go check the reployers. All of them.
That would not be relevant to my directives. No, thank you.
The operative is a copy of your main character's mind at a time during December, or January, which is why it's not even really an AI. It's literally your brain scanned in, your main character's brain. It's been the one kind of leading me around because your main character's memory is erased at the start of the game. So I'm working with another version of myself, basically. And then there's another version of yourself named December that has different goals. So the question is, do you listen to December or do you listen to January?
Morgan, hope you don't mind. I was using your workstation.
I found the right materials for the glue gun as well. Was able to meet.
What chip set did I get? Oh, cool. We'll do the slide one. No worries, no worries. Take your time.
Vulcanistas.
I also found some food on the way up. Left it on the desk. Don't worry, they're alien-proof. I checked them, no twitching. To be sure, I let Igwe sample them first.
Pardon me?
I'm joking, Igwe. I wouldn't willingly expose you to aliens, or anyone else. That would be inhuman.
This is certainly better than the cargo crate. But I suspect we are still trapped. I wish I could make my way to my quarters. I have some personal effects I'd rather not leave behind. I hope you don't mind if I use your fabricator. I'd like to help. The pigeon thing was maddening. In the end, the programmers found out an animation file was misnamed.
I never told you why I altered my medical records. I know you were so sure when you were lecturing me, Morgan, saying I was selfish and... My father, he was imprisoned for questioning the Soviet intervention in India. Many prisoners are lost in Siberian labor camps, but my father vanished. The only thing I knew for certain was TranStar was recruiting volunteers from those labor camps. I came here because of you, and Alex, and your experiments. To find him, and now I know he was here. I noticed on your computer. You found a set of names and ID numbers from Psychotronics, from Dr. Gallegos. The Russian volunteers were never referenced by name, but I was able to match an ID to my father. We can pull up his records, archived experiment logs. I've already asked a great deal of you, but if you could find that archive in deep storage, I'll finally know what happened to my father. His name was Yuri Andronov, V01065532. You really need to organize your tools better. I would hate to see your living quarters.
I've always felt that consciousness is more like music than computation. I could get access to the SimLab, but that does us little good now. I even began to consider if there are any ways to use the helicopter to escape the station. I've been trying to see what I can access from here,
Morgan,
but most of the systems are locked down.
I'm feeling much better. Legs are fine, vision's clear. Those boosters did the trick. Hi, Morgan.
Is this a joke?
Why Russia? Why Russian volunteers?
Well, the Russian penal system is quite unforgiving, and their alliance with the Transdai interest economically coincided. It was Catherine Yu's idea. Their mother and Alex saw the advantages.
So, they were murdered because of political convenience and cost savings?
The term murder I would dispute, but I do not wish to lie to you. These two factors made them good candidates for the research development here. It is far easier to persuade a man to volunteer for experimental trials when his other prospects include capital punishment or life in prison.
I would dispute the term volunteer, Doctor.
Any luck finding a way off the station? Morgan. It was an established process.
Igwe, but you knew what was in Psychotronics. What was going on in Psychotronics?
Well, yes. They volunteered.
Volunteers? They didn't agree to be killed.
They live on, Miss Ilyushin. They all do. Their skills, their talents, their achievements. Yet now, they can do so much more. Much like parents passing along their experiences to their children.
Are you serious? Have you ever... Do you even know what it means to have children, Igwe?
Pardon me? What do you mean?
I will do everything in my power to expose what you've done here. What you all did. Say another word, and I swear I will shoot you.
I know Alex. He always has a backup plan. He must.
Morgan.
2 coagulating. Brain. 2 skeleton. 2 coagulating.
I don't understand.
A deluxe cabin. Oh, Alex must have liked you.
Doctor, you did. My quarters were right next to Dr. Calvino.
I take it back. Maybe Alex did not like you.
I hardly think slandering one of the doctors is productive at this time. Calvino is dead, and he was a skilled doctor. He deserves our respect.
That's irony coming from you. The respect you showed Morgan in a sim lab.
Dr. Yu, both of them, approved the experiment.
Really? What about the third Dr. Yu? The one with us now? Not sure our Morgan approves.
Is this a joke? Morgan. Morgan?
Okay. Gotta find thing. Spare parts. Oh, I need... crew quarters. Quickest way is Arboretum. Figuring out what I'm doing the next time. Rosalind's map and Melindred. B. Hardware lab. Bad spot. Get hardware labs first. Then we can kind of float around outside, do stuff there.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Good night, Arthur. I'm probably about to crash out myself. I'm surprised you're still here. Thanks for the lurk, homie. Thanks for stopping by.
Wait, you said Morgan had gotten medical supplies for you. Were you injured?
There's a lot of them shutting off. Could barely see the same spot. Must have been something down in the power plant.
Spots in your vision? Sounds like white noise. You know, there was a time when we invested research into the white noise phenomenon to see if perhaps it might be tied to psionic ability.
Paraplexis. It is a medical condition, a physical condition. I've heard the speculations you and others like you have made and the claims of the enhanced perceptions. I assure you, there are none, and you have no idea what it is to feel it.
Miss Illusion, my apologies. You are correct, and that was not my intention, but paraplexis. That means no neuromods. Your body would reject them. Why would TranStar have allowed you on this station?
They did not know at the time.
But everyone is screened. How? That is a lot of potential litigation to take on, and the penalties.
Morgan found out, but let me stay.
Well, I'm certainly glad we never scanned you for aptitude data. The complications.
I would not have let you anywhere near me.
Scanning target error. Insufficient Typhon material found. Standing down.
This is probably a good stopping point. Start at the hardware labs, move our way through it. Thank you everybody for joining me today. I don't really think there's anybody on this late that I want to raid. Look, but Yeah, we'll raid them. Well, it's getting kind of small. We don't got a lot of people on. Yeah, we'll probably just call it for the night. I'm sleepy and I gotta jump in the shower. Have to do. Hope you. Well, we'll raid this mop person. How about that? They're playing Prey. There's somebody. Their name Lord Mop 23. Says they looks like they're a mop VTuber, chill, scuff streamer, and femboy. So and sus incarnate. They seem right up our alley. So we'll do a raid for them. Give them some chip. Please stick around. Pray. Give them a little bit of viewership. Anybody who's still hanging out with me, thank you for joining. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for lurking, my lurkers. I do appreciate it. Pretty sure most of you went to bed, but still. Have a good night, everybody. Bye.